What's up? Good morning. Good morning. I'm trying a little bit of a different streaming setup today. We're not streaming in 1440p anymore. We're down to 1080. Because I've noticed I have some issues with on the Twitch side of things. So I just want to see if it has to do anything with my output resolution. So yeah, if you notice any change, please let me know. Other than that, we're going to continue with the creatures today. And I think I'm going to start with a little bit of a chill beginning today. I think we're going to just play around in Blender a bit, see if we can get some nice, best case scenario, a nice creature model for the quote-unquote stone. Worst case scenario, a pretty good placeholder model as opposed to this one. Derek, it looks good to me. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, in the coming days I will probably try some different settings as well, because I want to reduce my dropped frames and stuff like that. I just want to create a better experience overall. But let's see here, we're gonna start with Blender. Let me open it up. And I don't think we have a creature Blender file, not yet. Nope. Okay. Let's see, we're gonna see what kind of problem we have. There we go. Okay, so basically, this first creature, we're gonna create a issue for it as well. It's pretty much just gonna be a static creature, stone-like creature. So we're gonna create a very simple stone model. And I also want to make two nice holes and have two eyes. And I'm just visualizing, I don't know how this would look, we will find out. But the eyes as sort of glass marble-ish. So we might do some... First I'm gonna try and just edit the cell shader, see if we can get some nice glass-like look on it. Maybe we need to extend it a tiny bit. We'll see. I don't know what I think about this size for it though. We want to go even bigger. 0.4. .4 might be okay. Feels a little bit small, but then I want to see. Fuck, is it too small? Maybe we actually want it to be a little bit bigger on this side, maybe 0.5. We want to do, oops. Bisect. Don't we have a... let's see here. I have... I have a different keyboard this time around, so I just need to check my bindings for this one. So many keybinds. What I'm interested in the most is view access keybinds numpad. What can we do? Okay, let's try this. So if we do, then we get this. Okay. Beautiful. And then we want to use bisect. Okay, we need to select everything. Then we can do bisect. Can I just draw them like this? Okay, beautiful. We can probably do semi-nice stone by doing this. That's what I hope, at least. Okay, It's way too big. Yo, what's up, Devioli? How are you doing today? Yeah, definitely want to get rid of this one as well. Yo, what's up, Matthew? Forgot about what? We're gonna have to fix some topology later on if we have some weird polygons. Fuck, this looks like shit. This one right here. Well, let's just continue breaking it down. Eventually, it hopefully looks sorta good. Matthew, I used to watch your streams every day. Appreciate it, man. Welcome back. Devioli, I'm stuck with real work again and can't do much game dev, sadly. Damn, done. Hopefully the real work is fun. I still regret this one right here. What can we do to fix this one? This one might actually be... Might actually be good. Let's take this one. Wonder if I want it to be like a face-like structure, like it is here right now. If we have two eyes here, would it look weird? Maybe it would. Is it better to have it here? Yeah, what's up, no bullshit? What's your view on the new Nintendo patent that sucks ass? I think patenting, is that the correct word? Game ideas is fucked up, honestly. So I do not agree. It might actually look a little bit scary if we would have a face on this side here, wouldn't it? What a boring fucking creature design. But I think it's nice. It's a good start. I'm still trying to figure out where I want the eyes on this one. It would be very nice to be able to randomize the size or the side with the eyes. But we're not gonna jump into that rabbit hole today. I just want to get some semi-nice model for this one. Running around with boxes like this, it's not too fun. Still pretty fucking obvious what's being done here. I.e. going from the default cube and just cutting like this. Hmm. Okay, let's try with something like this. Honestly, it's still a little bit too rigid on this side, and this side. This one is the worst, right? And let's see what can we do. I want to do. Let's add. One sec, can't I? Why can't I use my newly created short commands here? Fuck it. Maybe it's a bit too big. 16 and 8. Way too big. Honestly, the smaller the better, I think. Too small, it's basically not going to be visible in game, which sucks. We get a nice decimate from this one. No, of course not. If we're just gonna place eyes like this, like if we're just gonna place them like this, with no other change on the model, then it's easy to randomize them. We can even randomize them in such a way that we add a little bit of a difference like this, and that would be very nice, I think. Give each stone creature its own unique identity. But what I want to do is, I basically want to take this, I think, this one and this one, and then I want to do, fuck is this one called? Boolean, I think. Boolean modifier. Like I want something like this, I think. Yeah, fuck yeah, I do. Maybe not this big though. Let's add another modifier. 2 and 3. And I don't know, maybe you don't want the eyes to be this protruded. I thought we moved these as well. We move them when they are... Can we disable rendering on them? Yo, what's up, TM? Hell yeah. No Pokeballs here. Where do we have it? Material. World properties, viewport display. Don't we have... Can't I just disable this one? Scene, maybe? Ah, no. Shading... Visibility. Show in viewport. There we go. And then we remove... Ah, okay. but can I still move it now though? Oh, come on. Render show in. So this unfortunately also removes the possibility. Okay, I can change it like this, but I can't move it with G. That sort of sucks. Viewport display. Or I guess we could do... Okay. That's a damn long time to create a new material. Sup. There we go. Okay. Material 01, can we do this as not holdout, but actually it doesn't matter how we change the material here unless we do material preview here. Okay. All I want is to not render these two while still be able to move them. Oh, fuck it. Okay, it looks weird if we go beyond the middle point of the spheres. I think. Maybe it doesn't. If we do it like this, we might as well just skip these two. we have any solution on holdout shaders in Unity? Like, what I'm thinking is, could we actually export these eyes as one concealing sphere? So it's pretty much, we want to render this one in front of this one at all times, but we only want to render the inside of this one. Does that make sense? And maybe we can look into it. Or we can make it simple, I suppose. We could just... we export these two, and this one we just render as... black or something. So if we get a black circle around it. Because if we do that, like I want to be able to randomize these a tiny bit. Okay, but we can look into that eventually. Just wondering what I want to do with these before we export it. So like, do I use the Boolean? Do I use the Boolean? Do I apply the Boolean modifier or not? That's my question. Makes it look worse. Yo, what's up, Apukas? We're doing some simple modeling today, at least. It's funny to me how much better it looks with one eye semi-offsetted. Okay, I think I know a solution we can do for the eyes. Okay, so we just use spheres. We export this model, and then we use one sphere. To create the holes, and one sphere to position the eyes or something. I mean, we can create some different stone models like this. Clean them up a bit maybe. And then okay, so we can add variation to the eyes between creature spawn, but I wonder how we would do to alter the base model here. Like, one way would definitely be, or like the base approach would be to just model X stones like this and then randomize which one it is. Maybe add scaling as well. Okay, but I'm gonna have to think about that. But as I said, the hardest part with the eyes is gonna be to create the holes around. We could do some crazy holdout equivalent shader in Unity, but I think a much simpler way would be to do to have the eyes as or make the eyes consist of, let's do this. Make the eyes consist of a sphere like this, but also a circle, right? And we render the circle as pure black, and then I have the sphere at that position. Would that be weird? Or maybe, honestly, maybe it will look quite okay when we add the outlines. It might look okay. I still think I would like... I'm still pretty sure I would like something like this around the eyes. Apuka's asymmetry brings visual interest. Indeed it does. That's true. If I may, I would suggest to get OCD plugin for Blender. It adds the wear and tear to the model in geometry. I'm gonna check that out later on. But that's for OCD plugin Blender. Is that for one-click damage? Oh, hell yeah. That's pretty fucking cool. We're not gonna go with some insane texture for this one just yet. And we're gonna keep it simple, pure color for now. But what I'm thinking is if we do the eyes as a model like this, and then we do this one, we just add a pure black material. And for this one, yeah, we add the eye material. Then I want to, maybe we put them like this. Don't let them protrude as much. I guess that will work, and then we can place this one wherever we want. I mean, it's a start. We're still gonna need to add some bounds on the sides. Yeah, let's see how that looks. Maybe a bit too much. Too many polygons. And actually, we could just keep this one as... we'll go with it like this for now. Yes. Creature Sten base 00 model. I But we can make these stone creatures with 4 or 5 eyes. We can go a little bit crazy. I think that's good. That's actually very good. I'm a little bit worried about the base though. It would be... So if it's only like if we only wanted to add variation to the base visually, maybe we, because if we only wanted to do it visually, we could do some nice shader, and we send down a seed to the shader, and we offset the different vertices based on some patterns. We could add some very nice difference between stone creatures without any added or any performance loss, basically. Apukas, you can make eyes separate, like a floater object which does not connect to the main face and having holes. Probably probes with the shader to cut off rendering on those places where the eyes should. Yeah, we're gonna see what we can do. So where do we have our beautiful... Fuck, I hate the order of these. I just need to check. Okay. This one we want it like this. Eye socket, yeah. Maybe even here, actually. Where do we want to go? 10? Ooh. Everything is so extremely slow today. A little bit too big, maybe. Not too pretty with the outlines, though. It's not too bad for a first iteration, I suppose. I mean, it's a stone. Pretty big as well. I'm wondering, when we have objects like this, which consists of different plane sides like this, we don't really have any curves on this object. So if you just shade this normally, you pretty much get cell shading, I think. Let's do... I can do scene. Prototype cell shading gray. Let's go prototype. And that's just a normal one. Okay, maybe a bit too much. Maybe a bit too much reflection on this one, but don't we have anything else? Like, I'm wondering if I want to do a... So the way we do the cell shading here with the base one is it works best with like rounded objects. If we have objects like this, we might just want to color each face as it should be, and it will still look sorta I guess we can do this gray 150 material. Let's try this one. Prototype cell shading test. And edge setup, if we do bigger edges, yeah. 1, 1, 1, 1, I guess. Yeah, you don't really need to, and then you get this beautiful shading when we do this. Like, it still looks cell shaded, right? But we never do any truncation. Yeah, that's way better, actually. That's fucking good to know. We have the same issue with, so like, if we have this, I hate when, like, when a plane face, big plane face, goes from colored like this to not colored, you get this flickering, right? And when you do cell shading, and that's natural. But we're probably going to do it so that we do some vertex setup in the modeling program. So if we have big plane faces like this, for those, we're gonna read, or we're gonna base, we are gonna base the diffuse specular and specular, all of these edges on that vertex value. So for big plane faces like this, we handle it exactly like we do with this stone now. That looks fucking great. Okay, let's see what we can do about, ooh, the eyes. Rock ball, new minigame, hell yeah. Maybe we will base the mood of it based on, if we kick it around, it probably won't like that, right? It likes to be stay put. Okay, let's see what we can do about the eyes. Actually, we're gonna take prototype cell shading, flat surface as material. Okay, I want to make a short about that one. Flat surface cell shade cutoff. Actually, probably gonna make a dev vlog actually, but okay. So the eyes. Let's see here. Eye socket. We're gonna start with the eye sockets. I don't know if we have some material for this one. We're using this one for. Particles. Okay. One sec, why is this one? Okay, specular highlights. Okay, anyway, I think we're gonna put it at Misc right now. I just want a material that is like pure black. I don't know if we have that out of the box. Probably. Material. Pure black material. Unlit shore. Front alpha clipping. No base map. So let's just bring this one down to 0. Fucking hell. What type of creature is this? A stone with some eyes. Lit. Now we don't want to go with lit, we want to go with pure black material. The idea is that we want to randomize these. We're gonna have to do some script for it, but we'll get to it. The worst part is we want to put it like exactly at this face here. For the different sides, we will have different limits, both Y and X. For like, would we allow for 0.5, 0.5, 0.5? Would we allow for eyes that gets spawned like this? I don't know. Maybe actually. We go spawn 2 to 4 eyes. I don't know how weird we want to get with it. Oh, this 2 eyes improves it so much, especially when it's asymmetrical. Cute. I mean, pure black eyes like this is pretty nice, but I think I want my marble-like eyes eventually, with some nice cell shading on it. Glass cell shader-ish. I don't know. We'll see. Eye socket left. Eye socket right. And then we do... And we're probably gonna... define these as separate prefabs. And then for consumables, we actually have something that is called game object spawner. We have spawn points here. That might be, we might want to have a game object spawner that spawns based on a surface definition, maybe a square surface definition. And then we want to spawn them. We don't want to spawn them so that they are too close to each other. I mean, I would probably be okay with something like this. but when it looks like this, that's where I draw the line. Pretty cool. Best. So far, it's actually turned out a little bit better than I would have hoped for. But then I also keep in mind that this is like iteration number 1. So it's gonna get a whole lot better from here. But let's see here. Pretty sure we don't want it to stick out this much. Do we want to scale these? Yeah, maybe we want them to have them like this. Just make them stick out less, but be semi-big. Okay, let's see. I don't know the where we're at when it comes to the cell shader and doing marble-like visuals. I guess we're gonna try, see what we can get. And then of course, I think, yeah, we're probably gonna make a custom shader for it. We're gonna take the base we have for the cell shade lit, and we're gonna alter it a bit because I also want to prep it and make it 100% ready for instanced properties and stuff like that. Sorry, but let's see how it looks out of the box. So we're gonna do, I'm just gonna take this one again. I'm gonna move it. One sec, just gonna pour a new cup of coffee. Buy material. And maybe we want to do it without outlines as well. This one has outlines. It doesn't really matter that much. Let's see. So this is more about, we don't want this to be transparent, but we want it to look transparent-ish. So we're going to rely a lot on what is it called? Highlights on. Why can't I remember this word? Anyway, where the difference between the view normal and the normal of the surface is big, that's what we want to light up. It's called We have it here. Rim. Yo, what's up, Diggy? How are you doing today? JK. Albedo color. This one, the color of the eyes, we want to... we definitely want to randomize this one as well. Eventually. Smoothness is gonna be like this one, extremely important. Although I would like it to be bigger. So actually, yeah, we're gonna do a custom shader here, because if you can see here, the less smoothing we have, the less intensity of the specular highlight, and the more smoothness we have, the more intensity of it. But it's like the more smoothness, the smaller it is as well. We probably want to have it around here, but we also want to have it at full intensity. And then if we take a look at rim, we want a lot of rim, probably like this. But we also want the rim shading to go... We don't want it to be disaffected by shadows, because if it's a marble-like object, the light is gonna go through it to some extent. So I don't know if we want to have shadow at all, honestly. I don't know. We're gonna have to experiment a bit. This one I don't even... Oh! No, we don't want these to emit light. Yo, what's up, Vintrix? Okay, we're gonna have to do some shader programming today. And not that I complain, I love it. Been a while. But we're gonna use this one as a base. Yo, what's up, Vintrix? Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. And then we probably want to make it darker in the middle, yeah. I'm wondering, do I want to use the cell? We're going to use the cell shader as a reference. Because I think we're going to move away quite a bit from this one. Yo, what's up, PG King? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Vintrix, how's the creatures doing? Pretty good, I think. I just want to make these eyes look beautiful, you know. PG King, is that an eye? Yes, indeed. Well, here we have our first little stone-like creature. It's a work in progress, so don't be too harsh on it. Apukas, now it's going to be the interesting part of writing the shaders. Hell yeah. I just want to bring up a reference. Let's see if I can find a good reference of how I want it to look. Fucking hell though, if it looked like if it looked like marble, how nostalgic would that be? Holy shit, what if we could do... Whoa. How sick would it be with something like this? Maybe a bit too crazy to have something inside of a spherical object like this. It's just that nostalgic nostalgia. Yeah, that would be very sick, I think. Apukas looks like Splinter Cell. Oh, yeah. Maybe if we... what is it? Duplicate this one. Put this one here. Is this the setup that Splinter Cell has? PG King looking like marble would be amazing. An animal just rolling around. Yeah, we could have a creature that is just a marble. But I'm wondering if we can make these eyes look like marbles. But I wonder if we're gonna have to do some ray marching or some shit like that if we want it like this. Or could you fake it? Now we're really like the complexity of this shader is really going up now if we're looking at something like this. But let's see if I can find a better reference to what I initially thought it would look like. Oh, this is sick though. Marble, marble, marble. I'm wondering if... Oops. Yeah, I have an image here. I want to see... So maybe something like this. Can I open up? Initially I thought something like this, but in a cell shader and a little bit more stylized, I guess. Don't know. Apukas, I think you can try the technique of how fake Windows interiors are made, like a texture projection. Yes, faked depth, definitely. Definitely. Yes. So we create a texture like this one, just a 2D texture of some... what is these color drops in water-ish, something that looks like this, and then depending on what angle, then we offset that texture, we change the position of that texture depending on the angle we look at this on, right? And then we make the... if it doesn't hit the texture of these, then we color it as grayish like this, and then on top of that we add some nice white specular highlight and rim highlight. Maybe. Then I'm gonna have to do some texturing, and I fucking suck at texturing. Maybe we could do it with curves in Blender actually, and then just save it as a texture. It's basically just a couple of lines, right? A couple of lines, thin at the end, thick in the middle, and then you have green, blue, red. I suppose these are like the default marble colors. We can vary them as well. Okay, let's see here. So if we look at it from in front, we show the texture here. And if we look at from the side, we offset the texture towards us, right? We want to fake the effect of that something is inside here, but it really isn't, right? What a fun project, honestly. Making a nice little marble shader. But it would look pretty cool, wouldn't it? Okay, should we try it? Shaders, object shaders. It's not as general as this, though. Do I want to keep it on collection? Because yeah, it's cool, and the reusability is also quite high. Yeah, depending on how we structure this one, yeah. What do I want to call it? Cell shade glass with content, maybe, should be the shader, because we have it as glass, and then we have something inside which we offset a tiny bit depending on view. Actually, let's duplicate this one. Now let's add a sphere here. 0, 0, 0. Yeah, let's put align with you. Okay, there we go. This one off. Okay. Okay. Cell shade glass with content. I'm just gonna clear this one out. We're gonna pretty much start from scratch. Okay, I don't know how, I haven't written a shader since May, I think. Could that be correct? feels extremely off, but I think it will get back to me real quick. We're going to keep this one open as a reference at all times. And we're going to call this one content texture. Universal render pipeline opaque. Yeah, it's just going to look transparent, but it's actually going to be opaque. Q geometry universal forward. Yes. Let's just call back default. Vert frag. We're going to rename these. Oh, that's another. That is another cleanup we're gonna do, actually. So let me just put that one in. Ooh, beautiful. In my issues here. Clean up code base. Clean up shaders. Change the name of vertex shaders to be the same in all shader files. Change the name of fragment shaders to be the same in all shader files. I don't think we need to do it with geometry and tessellation, stuff like that, because we're using, I think we're only using one file for it, which we include. Position OS, normal OS, tangent OS, text chord. I don't know if we need this one, but we're gonna keep it around. Color, no. Or I don't think we care about color, but content, header. I think we're gonna do it like this. Let's see. General, and we're gonna have a. We are gonna have a foreground color. And we're gonna have a background color. I'm gonna put this one as 0, 0, 0 this time around. So what I mean with this is pretty much what we're gonna do, maybe not in this order, but we will see. First of all, we're gonna color the object with the background color. Then we're gonna add the content texture, and depending on what angle we're looking at and stuff like that, it might be different, but so I don't know, something like that. Beautiful. So this one, we might vary this one depending on the angle, as I said. And then finally, we're gonna add the forward color, and this one is most likely gonna have, I can't remember how to do, let's draw with this one and we draw opacity like this. Yeah, and then we add some foreground color, but with some opacity, right? And it's also this one. We're gonna add some shading to the background as well, now when I think about it. But the foreground color is gonna be added on all of it, but it's also gonna be added depending on, so shading. So we have rim and specular. Does this make any sense? Position, normal, tangent, text, chord. Position, world space. I don't know. We'll figure out what we need here. We're gonna start with just position CS, normal, world space. View direction we will most likely need, as we're gonna leave this one in. Tangent to world. This depends on if we want to have a normal texture eventually. But we can wait with that. We will just copy it in from cell shade lit. UV and color. I don't care about color. You know what? We probably need... We need to have it as one. Yeah, probably. Position, world space, position C. Maybe VS. Nah, I think maybe it's easier to do it in view space, but we'll see. Cell shade glass with content. Shadowcaster. Maybe we can skip this one. I don't know. Definitely want the shadow to be a little bit differently. Maybe we can do some cool stuff here eventually. I don't know if I know too little about this. But yeah. Outlines, data generation. Double-sided flag, normal map. We don't care about anything. Okay. Add fog. Yeah, this I want to move to a separate file eventually. Calculate cell shading color. Yeah, we do a lot of shit here. Eventually we do want fog, but... And I also want to move away from this way of putting it. We're going to put it as... what do we have? It's rain data. Oops. Rain data. HLSL util terrain data maybe. Terrain of activity. This we want to use this instead. Instead of this shit. I'm just gonna put this here so I know. We're probably gonna get back to the cell shader and take a lot of calculations from it. But right now I want a clean slate. because I reckon that changing these or altering these based on view is going to be, getting that right will probably be the most complicated. It would be amazing as well if we could add some distortion to it based on normal of the sphere. So if you check it from a very, very steep angle, you will also distort the visuals of the inside. You can do pretty cool stuff. You can do pretty cool things to fake inside content, you know. Yo, what's up, Arrow the Fighter? Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday so far. I want to add tasks to GitHub for this. Definitely. Holy shit. Fuck, shaders is extremely fun to work with, I think. Arrow the Fighter used. Nice to hear, nice to hear. Just working on getting some new Steam key art uploaded. Beautiful. Feel free to share it. Okay, sorry about this. I'm just gonna add some nice issues because I try to keep some structure to my project on GitHub. So I want to add a... Do we have... cleanup code? Okay, this one we have already added. Let's see here. Ian. Creature. Okay, so I'm gonna add a... Make creature sten. Sten. Sten is the Swedish word for stone, by the way. That's how creative I am. Just a side note. And then I want to add create cell shade glass with content shader. Okay, so now we have these two new tasks. Arrow the Fighter, this is what my artist just sent me. Pretty damn nice. Can I show it on stream or not? Vintrix, I love watching people doing shaders. Me too, me too. I love doing shaders, implementing shaders. I love watching people implement shaders. I love watching people talk about shaders. Sometimes it's extremely hard though. You can show it. So this is the, is this going to be the capsule art or we have some, there we go. It looks pretty cozy actually. That's nice. Vintrix looks fire. Yeah, I think it looks... I don't know, I'm probably too old to use the word fire, but it looks very good. Okay, let's see. Make creature Sten. This one is gonna be probably not animation, but enhancement, implementation, modeling, texturing. Don't I have shaders? I'm gonna have to add that. Is that a cool enough color for shader? Yeah. Make creature Sten. And make the first creature of the game Sten. A static stone-like creature with few interactions and even less actions. And then the to-do is probably just going to be references to finish, foundation of first iteration. And then finish, or this one. And then we have model, create Sten model. Or pack anything else. Prefab. Vintrix Sten is such a nice name. Yeah, I think so too. Yo, what's up, all Nate? Something like this. I'm saying finish first iteration of for these because I want these to grow as we move, or as we create more intricate and detailed creatures. And that's why I started with Sten, because it's such a simple creature. I would love, what is it today? It's Tuesday. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stream on Friday, but let's see here. We got today, tomorrow, and Thursday this week. Can I finish Sten? Maybe. We started this one yesterday, though. I'm gonna give myself... let's aim for Friday and see where we are at on Thursday. So it's actually gonna be Thursday here. It's probably a bit too optimistic. All Night, how are you doing today? I'm doing good, thank you for asking. How about you? I was a little bit tired yesterday. It felt a little bit off, but today I've got some more energy and picking up steam. We're doing some various tasks today. We're doing like a little bit of programming, a little bit of modeling, a little bit of shader implementation. We're probably going to do a little bit of texturing, even though I'm going to do the texturing in Blender. Okay. And then we had an issue called... Oh, we actually have a reference to it here, so I can just click it. Shader. In progress. In fact, don't I have any visuals here? Let's put MISC. We started this one today. Hopefully it will be finished by tomorrow at the latest. But we'll see. All Night, today is a little bit of everything, huh? Yes, indeed. Create cell shade glass with content shader. Worst case scenario, this we don't work that much with, like what is it called? You know, the art before you actually do anything. Art style. Concept art. We don't work that much with concept art here on this stream, so this glass shader, marble shader, might actually turn out... It might look shit on this creature, but we'll see, we'll see. Create a shader that should be able to render much like a marble in cell shade style. To do. Implement background color rendering shading. Implement foreground color shading and implement content rendering, and then implement, let's see here, add default render of texture, then base or alter texture offsets, I think. Alter texture position based on view, and then distort texture based on object normals. We can probably find a nice write-up from someone else that does this, but we're gonna try and wing it first, and then we might do some searches if I'm unable to do it in a nice fashion. So we'll probably search for some nice write-ups eventually. Or maybe I'm being a little bit too pessimistic. All Night, I'm doing okay. Today I'm going to work on my 3D model character. I have 13 days to finish it. Cry, cry. You can do it, man. You can do it. What... like, is this for school or your own project or work or portfolio, something like that? I'm trying to... What I want to ask is what is included in this 3D model? Are we talking texturing as well, or is it just the model? Yeah, we're gonna start with this. I think it's a good start. Okay, and this is what we're working on right now. Listed in. Oh, can we see listed in? That's fucking beautiful. Shouldn't this be listed in? Huh. Okay. Allnate, this is for school, so I need to have the textures and rig the character as well. Oh, fuck rigging, man. Okay, what do we want to do first? Like, the thing is, if we really wanted to, it depends on how many assumptions we want to do. Like, if we really wanted to, we could render this one in multiple passes. So we do one pass first, where we render the backside of it. And then we do one pass where we render the content, and then we do one pass where we render the foreground. We could actually also merge them. So we do one pass where we render the background or the backside, and one pass where we render the content and the foreground. Or we could try to simulate multiple passes in one pass. Because when we render the background, like if we assume that the object is spherical, I don't know if spherical is the correct word, but you can do quite a lot of nice assumptions when you're working with a sphere. So if we have a point here and we have a normal, I wonder, can we? Maybe we should do it in two passes, one with the backside. Because I want to shade the backside as well, right? But that won't work with our creature. Because if we render the backside in its own pass, it's going to be culled, most of it, because it's inside another model. We could disable culling, but if we disable culling, some other object in front of it, it's going to be rendered through that one. So it would probably be best to fake multiple passes. But I don't know exactly how we would want to do that, because if we want to calculate lighting on the back side of this one, can we assume... Maybe if we look at a sphere, like, can we calculate the normals, or for any point on this foreground, can we calculate a normal for the backside? Allnate, yeah, it's GG's for me. Be optimistic, it's GG's in a positive way. Maybe you were, it's just that sentence sounds a little bit pessimistic. But like for instance, okay, we get some errors here. Let's fix those real quick. What did I fuck up? 60, 60, 60. Position C as float 4. Frag return float 4 1 1 1 1. Invalid subscript color 130. Oh, I'm stupid. Of course we need color here. We use it for probably want to have it up here. We use it for the outlines. Do additional outlines based on segments. So this one is extremely important. Okay, now we should have color here. Yes, beautiful. Oh, Nate, yes, it was pessimistic. I will be more positive, thank you. Like, the older I get, the more I actually understand that having a positive mindset is a positive thing. There's really no reason to go about and be negative. I know it's hard to not be sometimes. Fuck. Yeah, you can do it. 100% you can do it. Okay, let's create a material here then. Sten I material. We're gonna make this one into 0 0. That's our first one, and then we're gonna create a new one here. 0 1. And have I fixed this one? Object shader, cell shade, glass with content. Okay, we only have this here. That's okay. And then we take this sphere and we add this material to it. Yeah, we just return pure white with an outline. Okay, so that's our base. What do we want to do first? Do we want to work with the foreground, the content, or the background? If we have a sphere and we try to render the background, could we do... Let's see here. Let's draw some stuff. It's so hard. It depends on the angle we watch something as well. So if we have a camera here, then we get this one. Then we have this normal, but if we have a camera here, so this one, then we get... I see a pattern here. But that's if we look at... If we have a camera If we have a camera here and we hit this one, okay, let's go a little bit more. So we hit here. Then we get this one. But here we have a normal like this. I'm wondering, can we calculate this normal in some way? If we do... That's not the normal for this case. I'm drunk, right? Oops. The normal is actually... So if we hit here, we have a normal like this. Can we calculate this normal in some way? Even if we do the assumption, if we make the assumption that it's a spherical object we're working with, can we get this normal? I'm gonna have to think about it real quick. I need to make myself a new cup of coffee. I'm gonna leave you with this beautiful Splinter Cell creature while I run AFK. So be right back, a couple of minutes. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see what we can do. Thank you all, Nate. Appreciate it. So when we render the backside, maybe we can... Like, I'm wondering... I think I care about rendering the backside. I think it would look way nicer if... So if you have a light source here, and then this shading here is... Actually, how the hell would it look? Because you have light hitting here, and you should see some light here as well, right? By adding some shading to the backside, instead of just having it a pure color and letting the foreground color make the object look 3D, like I want to add some depth to it. Yeah, but let's see. Where did I put? Here we put it. So let's go foreground color and background color. Did I call it content color? Oh, what the fuck, I'm stupid. This is just a color, this is not texture, it's just content texture we want to do. And then we want to have... I'm going to start by returning background color. Okay, that's one step. And then I want to include util blend. We can do some, okay, we don't include anything here. Transparent blur box, there we go, util blend. And then we do a simple this one, I reckon. Source alpha, yeah. Do we want to have foreground as source? Let's try this. Okay, so one foreground color, one background color. And actually, when we have some bright light, so like a specular highlight or a rim highlight, we want that highlight to have, we want to increase the alpha for that highlight so it always appears above. We don't want this to affect it, but we'll get to it. When it comes to the content, let's create just a temporary texture. I'm thinking here, I'm having a hard time figuring out what we should base it on. So the UVs, that's not really it, I don't think. Yo, what's up, Twisty Bum? And the capturing, is it going to be throwing something at them or scan them to catch them? By that I mean get in a battle. No battles and no throwing things to catch them. You're gonna want to attract them by having a nice fancy garden for them to live in. If it's nice enough, they are gonna want to move in. So it's not running around out in the world catching creatures, it's more taking care of a plot of land and attracting creatures. So when we render this texture, the content, whatever is inside of this one, what do we base it on? It should be... It's almost like we want to have... It's like we want to base a square or a... Is it called? A plane, a camera aligned plane on this one. But we also want the camera aligned... Center object space. Okay, I think we can fix it. So when we render this point, we have the origin of the object. I think we have it, all the vertices in object space. So we have the origin. It's 0, 0, 0. So if we get another point here, we can check where it is in object space. But we want to project it in such a way that we don't take the depth in relative to the camera into account. So we want to get this position in X and Y, where X is this and Y is this. Let's see. Am I doing something overcomplicated now? I don't think I am. It's pretty much we want to take a point here and we want to remove the dimension related to the camera depth, or in the direction of the camera depth. But we still want... We still want the object space units. But if we do it like that, we're also going to have to define the max and min bounds of this one. I think I might be overcomplicating it. We want to... We want to add a quad here, or we want to simulate a quad a camera aligned quad in the middle of this sphere, basically. Oh fuck, does that make sense? No, it doesn't. If we move around... So if we have something like this and we move around, this end will always be on the left side. But I don't think... There's probably no way around that. Or is there? Nah. I wonder how it would look. Camera aligned planes with textures. It's not the best look. But then again, yeah, we might not want to align it fully. If we just want to align it a little bit, we can probably... We can just take X and Z position. Or X and Y position, I mean. We just cut off this one. Let's see. Let's experiment with calculating some UVs here. So I want to return float for uv.x, uv.y, 0, 1. I don't even know what default UVs we have here. Oh yeah, we want to change this to input as well. Okay. Then what if we do... output.uv is equal to... float2 input.position os.x Problem I see with this is we do get some negative values, don't we? That is probably okay. I guess we can add some offset or something. Let's see. We can interpolate it, so we can do... If we had, for instance, if we had... can we use this word here? Properties. The problem with this is we're gonna have to take scaling into account, I think, but let's see here. Let's call it bounce. So before, when we pack it up here, we do inverse, fuck, isn't it called math? Inverse lerp, it is. We want to do inverse lerp 0, 1. Inverse lerp 0, 1. Input. Inverse lerp, what do we have? Min, max, value. Okay. Min, max, value. So I'm going to do it like bounce.x, but we're going to do negative here. Bounce.x, and here we do input position OS X. And then we do something similar for Y. Like this instead. Let's see what kind of UVs we get then. Undeclared identifier bounce. Yes. This one we need up here. Right? Okay. Maybe. Let's see. Bounds are 1, 1 right now. This one is this one actually 1, 1? Actually just want to output return input uv.x 1 here. Depends on okay, so if it's 1, the bounce should be 0.5. 0.5. So then we have 0 here, 1 here, and then we probably have the same with Y. Okay, great. Let's see if we can add some texture. Do I have some test textures? I don't think I do. That's not very good. Let's create some real quick. Actually, I want to see what happens if we just do this one. So instead of returning this or this, we're gonna do return content texture dot sample. Sample level, we don't care about level, so I think we should be able to just sample. And then we have the sampler, and then we have the UV. Like this, maybe. I thought we would be getting some text. Can we work with this one? I don't like this. We have some bending still going on. So what can we do? I definitely need a better prototype or test texture, I think. I don't think this one is the answer. And if we look here, we want to distort it a bit. It's not too bad as a start. Let's see here. How can we create the illusion that this one is inside? Let's see. Thought we wouldn't be getting these. This is not exactly what I thought it would look like by doing this approach. We get a position here from a vertex. Oh yeah, of course we're getting. Okay, I get it. How do we want to do it then? If I want to search for something related to this, I don't even know where to begin. Sphere with content shader. It's so much easier if we would have, if it were a plane where we could rely on the object UVs. That's like the first problem we want to do here. Like we want to transform the UVs into something we can actually use. Calculate usable UVs. But I wonder, like, my initial thought was that if we add... Yeah, let's go with a plane. 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. But we have a fake plane like this. Let's rotate it 90 or minus 90. Like this. The UVs here are pretty straightforward. 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0. And we just want to fake this one, basically. I guess what you would do... So when we turn around, you rotate this one to always follow, but not as quick as we rotate around. So we don't want it to be fully aligned, but just a little bit, until we get to a certain point, I guess, where we're going to flip it. And that's where we want to look on the texture from the other side, basically. So here we have flipped UVs. Because if you look at this, from the other way. So here we can see that the green is in the middle, and on this side the green is on the top. Which means that if we rotate around this one clockwise and we get to the back side of it, we want to see the green. On the right side, we want to see the green in the middle, right? And that's why I want to do this fake plane approach. And I thought we had something similar here, but by doing the UVs, by calculating the UVs like this, so inverse lerp from bounds, we still get sort of a spherical little we still get spherical visuals to it. So I guess what we could do is, if we have a point here on the sphere, we want to project it on the plane. But how the fuck do we project it accordingly? And I wonder how we want to do it if we don't want to fully rotate this one. Yes, we want to calculate. Let's see. Project point onto plane. How do we want to project it? We want to project it based on. Is it camera view? Not really. Do we want to project it based on normal? No. But normal of the plane. That should work, shouldn't it? We take the point of the sphere and we just project it on the plane straight down, depending on the normal of the plane. a plane. We're going to define the plane in object space. I guess with a up and Z, I reckon. Or usually you do Z is forward, so yeah, up and X. Don't we have util plane? Util math geometry, we do. Create line from points. And nearest point on line, nearest point on line. Nearest point on quad with normal. Pretty sure we don't want to go this far. Nearest point on quad. Like, is it this we want to do? Should be as easy as this. We don't want to do nearest point. Float. Do we care about origin on the plane? Yeah, maybe we do. Float 3, project point onto plane. Float 3 plane origin. Float 3 plane normal. Float 3 point. And let's call it P. Fuck, is it as easy as this? Float 3 P is equal to. So we create this one, which is P minus plane origin. Dot product of that vector with unit normal vector. Yeah, we're gonna assume the normal already is unit. Then we have projected point. Let's try it, see what we get. Fuck, this would be pretty cool. I wonder if this works, if we get correct UVs from this, then it would just be as simple as changing or rotating the plane normal when we move around. But I'm skeptical. Include util math geometry, right? So when we calculate the UVs here, we want to calculate it as yeah, I guess we want to do inverse lerp eventually. We'll see. Yeah, bounce is going to be for this plane. So it's this one. We want to... For this plane, what we don't care about Z, I don't think. We just care about X and Y. So... point is input position. Y Z. Plane normal is just gonna be float 3, that's the origin. It's going to be 0, 0 in object space. And then I think we're gonna go 0, 0, 1. And then we have plane point, and then we take X and Y. Is there a difference? I don't know. No, maybe. Maybe it is. Or it definitely looks less distorted here, doesn't it? Yes. That's why it tried to correct me. Okay, let's see. No difference whatsoever, right? But is this... I want to see, maybe it's not too bad. Let's disable this one. let's try. Let's add object variables. I want to try plain, normal. What? Why don't we get any difference here? That's weird, isn't it? So if we move the camera up, we move this one up a little bit. Could this work? The distortion here is a little bit too this might actually work. The fuck? This might actually work. Would love to see how this would look. Yeah, let's try some temporary texture. What's up, Cooler SK? We're actually doing a marble texture here. The color might be a little bit fleshy right now, but that's temporary, I promise you. Quote unquote, this is temporary. That's what all game dev says. True. But I promise this time it's true. Call this one creature, the eye texture. Let's see. So now we have it here. Beautiful. Ish. This is not what we want to see, but we'll see. And then if we change this one, I don't know. So if we were moving, if we were rotating around here, this one would rotate, not like, but like this, or I want to see what happens if Let's see what happens if we set the normal of this plane to be equal to the camera view, world space camera position. So view direction in world space. Safe normalize. So let's use this one. Okay. Okay. I mean, it's not entirely correct, that's for sure. Why do we get distortion like this? What's up, Shimoon? Apuka's acts like refraction. Yes, indeed it does. Shimoon, we're working on a shader. We want to do it... I want it to look like we want to simulate the content of a marble, pretty much. We're going to replace what exactly this is, but you get the idea. And then we want to use those that material to do the eyes of the creature eventually. But like, we're trying to simulate it quite cheaply, and I'm not getting... It's doing something like refraction, but that's not actually what we want now. I wonder what the hell is happening here. I wonder if that is when we go Z. Maybe. Yeah, maybe, just maybe, we don't want to rotate it based on Y. How do we want to do this? Camera view direction. But only around Y. Let me see. Let's print output UV. One sec. Why do we get... Do we want to do negative view direction VS? It looks pretty good actually, and then we'll do a flip. If we just look at the UVs, although I wonder why we're having X down here, it's a little bit fucked. Probably because of this one, I reckon. View direction VS. This is in world space as well. That's true. But if we do, let's switch this one back to plain and normal, and we remove this one. We move like this, we probably want to do this right. Couldn't we fake it with this? Or isn't this enough, rather? But yeah, we need to use the view direction. I would prefer it to have it in object space. So let's see if we can, at least here. I wonder, world space, camera pause, position. Let's do float 3. Camera position OS is equal to, what is it? Unity HLSL transform. You can do this in so many different ways. Let's take a look at how I've done it in my other shaders. Maybe we don't do it in this one though. Maybe we do it in environment shaders, water. I think we should do it not in vertex shader, but calculate caustics. Here we should do something, I think. Scene position world light to world matrix. Okay, here we use this one. Use very specific transform functions most of the time. Fuck it, let's Google them. Unity HLSL transform from world to object space. That's true. Unity shader graph transform node. World to object, transform world to object. We should be able to use this one. Or something very similar. Camera position OS, and then we do float 3 view direction OS is equal to camera position OS. Let's input position OS. Okay, so it's just input XYZ. Hope we can use, yeah, I recognize this one. Camera position OS. View direction OS here then instead. Let's see what kind of errors we get. Oh, no errors. Okay. And if you move like this, we get something like this. Just, and then we get this again. It's in... It doesn't really look like it's in the middle though. It more looks like it's on the back side of it, right? Don't we want it to rotate the other way? So if we move around here, we don't want it to move. We want to move it towards this direction like we would this. So we just need to... I don't think it's enough to do negative here, or... No, but could we do... Could we do... Right, if we move like this, we want to move it towards here. Can we do load 3 plane normal is equal to load 3 view direction OS. Oh fuck, we don't normalize this one. Definitely need to do that. Save normalize. But I don't think that will help us. That will help us when moving back or forth. One sec, be right back. Okay, back, sorry. Okay, so this is no different. Oh, it was? Okay, it is. But now it shouldn't be. Okay, yeah, we can't scroll back and forth. That doesn't change it anymore. Okay, that's good. And, ooh, one sec. It's this one. Hmm. But I wonder if that's because we distort the UVs way too much. We want to limit it. Is this... Does this give the illusion at all? Yeah. One sec, if we did plane normal like this, doesn't it look, I mean, it looks good from here to about here. Then I guess the illusion starts to break. Why, I have no idea. What would happen if we limit the... If we limit the plane rotation, so to speak? Pocus may be clamping numbers at point break. Yes, something like that. Yes. Right now it's... Can I draw this? Okay, the idea is that we have a plane, or we calculate a plane that has a normal that is the opposite of the camera view, right? So we have a plane that is always aligned towards the camera. But what the fuck, if that's the case... And then we project these, yeah. Yeah, if that's the case, and we project this position, so we have a sphere here as well. We always project the position in object space of the sphere to the plane. Shouldn't we be getting just a texture that follows the camera without any distortion artifacts at all? Or am I missing something? Yes. So position, yeah, of course, position x1, y1, z1 will project to some point, but then we rotate the plane, and this one will now project towards another point, or I think so. Project point onto plane point. I want to do, yeah, let's just do this. Plane point. Okay, I want to see what happens with, yeah, let's do these again. How does this coloring make sense? Yeah, X is 0 here. I think we also want to add, okay, I want to try and make this into a plane. That's what we're doing. The plane has, plane normal is just view direction, X, Y, Z. Can we, what happens if change this one to 0? Like, I want to make the plane, like, we should be able to get this without the distortion by just doing the plane. I think, I'm wondering if we should be doing this one in a nicer way, or if I've done something wrong with the implementation here. Just doesn't seem like I get the correct projection. Plane normal is in, oh, Never mind. Object space. Object space. To object space. Hmm. Because in my head, the plane is always at object space 0, 0, 0. The normal of the plane is always equal to the direction of the camera, but it's actually the... But does this make any difference? Maybe it does. To the vertex in question. Yes. Maybe camera position in OS mine. Maybe now we do the position, or the view direction OS is from the object origin instead of each vertex, which gives us a little bit less distortion, I would say. But still, or less distortion is probably the wrong term. I'm looking for a little bit more uniform distortion. But what I'm wondering here is, why are we still getting any distortion at all? We're if we're projecting a point of the sphere down on the plane, this point right here, if the plane follows our camera, this point right here should have the same position of the plane on the plane at all times, shouldn't it? So we shouldn't be getting these distortions, should we? What am I missing? Bot524, what's up, how are you doing today? The camera has perspective, so no. But we don't have... in these calculations, we don't care about... the perspective of the camera. We do a simple projection. We don't take the camera into account at all, just the... one sec, maybe I don't think we do. So the variables at play are camera position in world space, later on object space, the origin of the object, yeah, it's just these two, right? I wonder where in all of this would the camera perspective fuck it up. We get the camera position in object space, so that's just the world space camera position, but transformed from world to object. And then we get the view direction, and we just do this by taking the position, because this is an object space, and we want to know the view direction from the origin of the object, and the origin of the object in object space is 0, 0, 0. Yeah, we could skip this one and just do view direction OS here. And that's the plane normal, this one. Plane origin 0, 0, 0, plane normal, and then we have the position in object space. Like, there's no perspective projection at play here. But I mean, I'm definitely overseeing something. It's just geometry. But yes, okay, unfortunately I won't have more time today, but we're gonna do it like this. I will continue tomorrow, and hopefully we will finish up this nice little creature here, and he will have his glass marble eyes working nice and looking nice. But I'm gonna try, if I find the time, to do some research, get some nice write-ups to reference during all of this, and maybe we will see a little bit more success tomorrow. Bot 524, it is the parallax effect of the vertex being closer to the camera than the plane. You know what? You might be correct. We're gonna look into it tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it. And all the chats as well. Everything. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow when we finish this. Have a great rest of the day, everybody. Peace.